Michelle?
No comments yet.
And we are live.
All right, I would like to call this special board meeting to order. Welcome members of the public to watch through Zoom. This meeting is conducted via teleconference. Interested parties, members of the public may connect to and participate in the meeting using instructions that are posted on the LGUSD website and linked through the public agenda online. You may view them there. You may also submit comments for items that are on the agenda. Since this is a special meeting, general comments of items not on the board member or not on the board agenda would just be submitted as written comments to the board. Any comments made may not exceed 3 minutes. They will be read in the order they're received under the appropriate agenda item. Did I miss any other comments? Or I mean, not comments, but items. Otherwise, Michelle, can you call the roll?
Yes, Trustee Neumer.
Here.
Trustee Monk. Trustee Monk.
Here.
Trustee Kunzman.
Here.
Trustee Parsons.
Here.
Trustee Snyder.
Here. Thank you. Again, since we don't have any comments on general, we will move on to approval or amendment of the agenda. Do I have any motion to approve?
I'll motion to the approve. I'll second.
Courtney, a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Stephen, thank you.
Trustee Neumer.
Aye.
Trustee Monk.
Aye.
Trustee Kunzman.
Aye.
Trustee Parsons.
Aye.
Trustee Snyder.
Aye. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to, or did we have any comments for the consent agenda? Michelle? Any public comment?
No public comments have been submitted on the consent agenda.
Okay. Information concerning consent items listed below have been forwarded to each board member prior to the meeting for study. All items on the consent agenda will be approved with one motion, which is not debatable, which requires unanimous vote for passage. If any member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, an item shall be removed from the agenda and placed on the regular order of business following approval of the consent. Having no public comments, or does any member of the board have a question, comment? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have John.
I'll second it.
Peter for second.
Aye.
Trustee Monk.
Aye.
Trustee Kunzman.
Aye.
Trustee Parsons. Trustee Parsons.
Yeah.
Or you can put your hand up. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Steve, you're on
Aye.
mute. There you go.
I'm saying aye.
Trustee Snyder.
Aye. All right, thank you. Strategic initiatives, item D. Is this to Paul or
Okay. The school.
reopening school update?
Yes. And so what I'll do this evening is or I guess later this afternoon, more accurately, I'll start us off, and then our administrative team is going to provide an update on school reopening. So since our July 14th board meeting, the following has occurred. 3 days following our administrative recommendation to begin school and distance learning with a phase into in-person instruction, the governor held a press conference and provided directives to the entire state. And Santa Clara County was placed on the state watch list along with the majority of California counties. And schools in designated watch list counties could not resume in-person instruction until the county has been off the watch list for 14 consecutive days. And this means that the majority of children in California will begin school in distance learning, including our Los Gatos families. And basically the governor's order matched the direction we were headed as a school district. We also sent a comprehensive reopening document to all district families with a survey on their intent to return. The document included specifics about reopening schools and what that would look like. To note, about 95% of families indicated that they would be returning for the school year this next year in the survey. And over 40% of families indicated they would be interested in a possible longer-term distance learning or independent study option. And as a result of that, we sent a follow-up survey to those 40, it was actually 41% of families, and that was narrowed down to around 200 students if an option were offered in the district. Just this week, the California Department of Education has provided more guidance in regards to distance learning. Basically, that distance learning indeed needs to be offered to students who are medically fragile or are in quarantine against COVID at home. And tonight you'll hear more information about distance learning versus independent study as an option for long-term virtual learning. I wanted to mention that and to also give appreciation for Misty and Arcia. Misty for leading the work group at the middle school, Arcia for leading the elementary work group for many, many hours devoted to collaboration and meeting times. I think Misty had mentioned in looking at her calendar that was over 90 hours of meetings, and it's really appreciated. It's a challenging time for schools, but I'm confident that we have this as a school district, and it will be different heading into the school year. I wanted to make a point that there is a difference between our remote learning of March in the spring and what we are heading into to begin the school year. And on Monday, we're sending out a communication to all families comparing the two and comparing remote learning to a virtual classroom experience beginning here in a couple of weeks. And we are planning as a team. It is more robust. We've learned things. We talked at the last board meeting about how in March, our district and every district in the state was in crisis management as far as being thrust from in-person instruction into an online environment. And a lot of exciting things are happening, and you're going to see that tonight in the update with the different departments. We are going to involve our entire administrative team tonight, and it's going to range from finance and maintenance through the nitty-gritty of the schedules for elementary and middle school, and also talking about distance learning options. So with that, I am going to hand it off to the team, and it would be great if we could get through our slides, and if you wouldn't mind jotting your questions down, because there's a lot of detail here that we're going to be providing. And so with that, we'll, I think, Misty, are you going to be screen sharing? Okay.
Okay. So as Paul said, we're going to start with classroom schedules tonight. That since our last board meeting, which feels very long ago, but wasn't that many days, we have enhanced and refined those. I'm going to speak to, you guys had posed some questions and some public comments questions last time around special populations. So I'm going to speak briefly to that. We'll cover our long-term distance learning information as of this evening. Talk a little bit about timelines, and then move into technology updates, budget updates, and a maintenance and operations update. So we're going to start with schedules. Arcia. I think
Sorry
you're
about that. Sorry about that. This is the elementary schedule for the virtual classroom. I've actually presented about all this. Nothing that much has changed except what you see in yellow there at the top on Wednesday. We will be adding a Wednesday connection in the morning for all of our elementary classrooms. We will take attendance on that day, and any number of activities will be done that day. It could be, for example, just stating what the independent activities are for the day and what's going to be on your Google Classroom, and talking kids through the assignments for the day, and then checking in the next day. And then the afternoon will be that rotational specials schedule that I showed you all last week. There it is. And so 1st through 5th graders will have something to access to enrich the curriculum in the afternoons. And we actually have added an element to kinder as well. Is that, yeah, there we go. Starting on the 9th, and with kinder in general, we do understand that these are their first days in school, so everything is going to be an ease in kind of situation, especially for kinder. But at 9:30, on the 9th, starting at 9:30, kinder will have a rotational elective or specials schedule as well. The kinder teachers will also get access to the SEL bank that is being created by our counselors.
Hey, Arcia,
Yes.
would you mind just on the development this week with the art docents mentioned?
Oh yeah. Our elementary art teacher, Kelly Martin, has been collaborating with the art docents of Los Gatos, and they're actually putting together a art kit for every single student K-5, which will go out with textbook distribution, textbook distributions at the beginning of the year, and then all kids will have the basic art supplies they need to access the art lessons that they'll be getting. So actually a pretty cool collaboration. Big thank you to both Kelly Martin and the art docents of Los Gatos. Thanks, Paul, for reminding me to mention that.
That's different than our LGUSD art docents, is that correct?
No, that is they are the art docents. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because my wife and my daughter are on
Yes.
there. I'm not sure they've heard anything about it.
Yes. It may not be something they're involved with, but the kits are being put together by some of their organization. And also, the art docents are going to be contributing to our art Google Classrooms, and they'll be contributing asynchronous content for each grade level to support the core content that is being curated by Kelly Martin. So a great collaboration, and we're very thankful for both groups.
Arcia, do you want to touch on whether how and when we're distributing technology so everyone would have access by the start of school? Because presumably textbooks are later, unless that's going to be addressed by someone else.
Tim's gonna get into that. And yes, the other thing you all should know here is we actually have already, thanks to Thomas and his crew and my assistant Bobby, we've put together all the we've gotten the textbooks, the workbooks, all the hardbound stuff out to sites already, and they will be sending that stuff out for distribution so that teachers can go when they're doing their synchronous lesson. They're like, okay, now turn to page 17 in your My Math workbook. We're going to talk about, double-digit addition here, and here's some problems to work on, and then we'll check back in a little bit, for example. So that's when Paul mentioned how it's going to be different, and you'll see it on a slide. We have a slide on this down the road, but you'll see that's another way in which our remote learning this time around, our virtual classrooms will be way more robust than the emergency situation we were thrust into last spring. I think you can go, now to the middle school.
Okay, so moving into the middle school from our presentation in the middle of July, we have continued to refine time and aspects of their day The middle school team has been keenly aware of screen time content connections with students, the amount of time that is on the screen, having more than just screen time academic interactions with students. So you see a revised schedule here in terms of minutes. The concept of the schedule of our A days and B days, our content teams and our electives pieces are the same. We have built out more examples and strategies in terms of communicating when we're messaging student schedules, how their day could be structured on their non-content class day. We've built in task time for students so that at the end of each day, they can begin working on assignments and identify questions or things that they need to connect with their teachers on. We've maintained a content connection with all teachers now. I think in our last presentation, it was not available to all teachers, that they can ask students, require students to come back at the end of the day and meet with them for additional intervention or support or curriculum follow-up. Similar to the elementary school, we've added a Wednesday connection in light of legislative guidance. We need to have 5 days of credentialed teacher content for the attendance component. And we want it to be more than just logging in and saying, I'm here. So on those Wednesdays, we're really going to focus on school connectedness and having them build relationships in their cohort so that if and when we move into our phase 1 model, that relationship is deeper with their cohort teacher. That might include at Fisher things like school announcements, messages from our new principal and the administrative team, student leadership messages. We could build in assembly content on those Wednesday mornings. And then students would continue with their asynchronous aspects of our physical education program, working on task time. And we are going to message really clearly with students that in this model, we want to optimize their time in class, that there will be class preparation in a flipped classroom model. When teachers are presenting content asynchronously, we want to make sure kids are prepared to come to class for the guided practice and the instruction interaction with the teacher, so that they've watched the video ahead of time, that they've read the material that needs to be prepared. So in terms of those executive functioning components that are usually built in for student schedules, as we're teaching that at the beginning, we're going to message that to them even in a virtual classroom schedule component, because those will be really important for self-management for our students. To look at our differences, these are what we're focused on. Is we recognize in our remote learning in the spring that definitely we were in crisis response, and you'll see a lot of no there. You'll see no attendance, we weren't giving grades, we weren't reporting on prioritized standards, things were very flexible. We were really focused in on 2 modalities for getting information to the students. And this year, while we're starting on the first day of school, we're focused on a much more purposeful teacher-led instruction model that has technology as an integrated component. We focused on that, and we've reported, Tim and RC have shared presentations with you over the last year around our curriculum and technology integration aspect versus an add-on. So we want to maintain that effort and emphasis. The material usage is much more robust. Not only will we maintain our digital platforms, we've upgraded technology and tools for teachers. We're using all of our board adopted curriculum, textbooks and workbooks this year when the year begins. Rather than in the spring when we were focused on that social emotional and response feeling, we're embedding our social emotional learning within student schedules and content. Our day is much more scheduled and planned. It's a school day for our students each day. We will be giving formal assessments and intervention support. We'll be doing standard-based grading and letter grades for our middle school. And everyday attendance is mandatory and will be taken. And we are building intervention response for students who are not there, who are not able or not showing up for those attendance pieces as part of the LCAP, our new LCAP version. And we have attendance monitoring and engagement expectations that we're building to support that mandatory attendance.
Misty, just for clarification on that slide,
Yes.
that's for both. It's not just a middle school slide. I
No.
mean, in essence,
Good
all the
clarification.
virtual classroom improvements apply to both middle and elementary.
Yes, they do. And then in terms of student services work, we have started reaching out to families and scheduling conversations about the impacts and implications around implementing IEPs and meeting minutes, and the viability of Zoom for different students and how we can support them in engaging in the process. We will be communicating all students' individual plans to staff members. We have a system in place now that every staff member will know the students in their class at the beginning. We've always done that in the past, but it's been a hard copy confidential process that we needed to recreate in a different way for this year to keep it confidential and them to have all of the information available on the students in their class. We have looked at our 504 plans and identified ways we can meet the related services and supports for those students. We do have students with 504s who access a variety of resource and other services on campuses that we want to make sure are in place for them this fall. Our SIA has been working closely with our English learner support teachers around how we're going to continue to support both individuals and small group connections to enhance academic language and their access to their general education programs. And then we've spent a lot of time on student wellness and counseling. Not only is it important because we're coming back in a remote virtual classroom, but it's part of our strategic plan to focus on student wellness. It's our first initiative. And having a component that's embedded across all of our curriculum and each classroom. We are building our supports this year around the CASEL competencies. And each teacher will have access to at least 6, some possibly 7 different units. We are going to begin with empathy to support our strategic plan student success profile. Our first profile attribute we're focusing on is empathy. And then we'll move into things like social skills, self-management, self-awareness, problem solving and conflict, those types of things with the students. The students will get a weekly lesson from our counseling staff. They will also get a weekly check-in. So every week there will be an intentional, purposeful check-in question that the students are asked to answer for every student, TK8. And our counselors will be responding to those questions and monitoring student feelings and trends so that we can build interventions and supports for them. And furthermore, as part of our strategic plan, one of our action items is to survey depth of our SEL competencies and our student profile attributes. And we are going to work with Panorama, who we worked with in our strategic planning process, to give an initial wellness survey so we can identify students within the first week or 2 of school and be proactive around interventions and where students are reporting their student wellness sense right now. And then we'll give 2 additional surveys to do some deeper data analysis around SEL and student wellness throughout the year. So there is a lot happening in terms of student plans. It does require a lot of parent conversations because each one's pretty individual in terms of how we're going to adapt and adjust for them. So families are getting phone calls and emails. Our school psychologist team and program specialists are supporting that as we move forward from here.
Okay.
That sounds like it's pretty critical, though, Missy, getting all that feedback from parents and touching base with them just to do a sanity check. Is everything going okay? Is there any problems? What do you think? You know, because I think that's going to be a real winning combination when we get their feedback.
Okay. As
That also addresses one of the challenges that came up of, sorry,
it's okay.
it's sort of that follow-up of when parents don't engage. I mean, this is feedback I heard from several teachers, you know, in the spring was, I've tried to reach out and they don't respond. You know, if their kid wasn't engaging, and then how do we have thoughts of making sure that if teachers say that someone isn't either attending, of how do they escalate, not just the student, the special ed or 504 kids, but
any student.
Any student that in essence isn't engaging in trying to help rectify, whether it's a tech issue, it's a space to work issue. I mean, who knows? Desks.
Yes.
I want to make sure that kids don't fall through the cracks, so to speak.
Yes, we just today in our administrative retreat conversations, we had a very comprehensive conversation about part of the LCAP monitoring plan is around student engagement. We have to log weekly engagement components that will be audited. So we're going to be working on those pieces. And then the second part of that is a re-engagement plan. When a student is missing either consistently or a certain percentage of time, you need to have a documented re-engagement plan that we started to set up the very first steps in the system for. After the first few steps, it really does become, again, very individualized because what the reasons they're not engaging become very personal at that point. So, but we actually spent a good amount of time this afternoon talking about just that topic with our administrators and site principals so that we can support all of those students being part of their school.
Thank you.
I've given ample wait time. Okay, as Paul mentioned, we got guidance on Monday regarding the requirements for students who are not coming back in person. So we initially were moving towards implementing an independent study program, but we learned from this guidance that we are expected to offer a long-term online learning program for the following students: medically fragile, students who live with high-risk family members, and students who are quarantining due to COVID concerns. So at that point, we sort of pivoted. We know we have a really strong virtual learning plan in place. And we've taken teacher feedback in deciding when we go back. And of course, we've had the additional guidance from the county and the state. So what we've decided to do, or what we're proposing, is to extend those guideposts just a little bit. Instead of shooting for September 8th, broadening that timeline just a little bit to give us some time to put something into place. What we're looking at is launching everybody in online learning, all at the same time, all students with their home school, and concurrently seeking information from parents about which families are interested in the long-term online learning program. While we do that, once we know the numbers that are interested in that, we have the time to identify staff to teach those programs and move forward at the pace based on what's happening in the community. As you know, we are still on the watch list. We're actually only on for one component as of today, and that is increased hospitalization. So there has been a slight improvement, but we really don't have any idea what that timeline is. So we want to launch a strong program for all students, get some information about who's interested in that long-term option, and give us a little bit more planning time. One question would be, why don't we start from the beginning? And as I mentioned, one point is that we want to do this thoughtfully. And because we just learned about this information on Monday and school starts in just a few weeks, we really want to make sure we have a quality program to offer. So we want to give students the opportunity to start with their school communities, start with their teacher. And when we get to the point where we're ready to transition to online learning, that's the point at which those families who have chosen the long-term learning distance learning option will move on to that track. And the rest of our families and most of our students will move into the in-person phase one of our program. We really want our families to understand what virtual learning looks like. We know we have a strong program and we want to make sure that everybody has a chance to experience that. But we also want to make sure that we accommodate for all of our families who are not able to or uncomfortable with returning to in-person instruction. So what the timeline is going to look like is we all have to be flexible by virtue of the situation we're in. We don't know when we'll be ready to move to in-person. So we are daily monitoring that watch list. As you know, we have to be off of the watch list for 14 days before we can implement the in-person learning, but we won't be ready as soon as we come off the watch list. So our first step is going to be to reconvene our work groups and really go through the guidelines and ensure we have everything in place for a safe in-person program. At that point, when we've just decided that we're ready, then we'll come back to the board for guidance, and then we'll be ready to move into the in-person for those interested. And that's the point at which our long-term program will diverge, and those students will continue in the long-term distance learning program for the rest of the year. We will ask families to commit for the rest of the school year, because otherwise it's just unmanageable with respect to enrollment. So in September, we'll be reaching out to families to ask who is interested, and this will be the sort of the enrollment process, but they will not move into the long-term distance learning program until we transition to in-person instruction.
Just
Sarah,
a
do we have
quick
any
question on
idea
that.
whether we'll be ping-ponging back and forth off the watch list, and is that going to change our method of instruction?
Once we are off, once we have started school, even if we go back on the watch list, we don't have to close. The only situations in which we would have to close is if we have a significant outbreak in multiple classrooms, and the state has put out some very specific guidelines. But fortunately, once we open, we can stay open. Otherwise, it could be really difficult. We are also required, if we end up back on the watch list, to increase our testing of our staff and come up with some systems, but we don't have to close the schools again unless there's a significant outbreak.
When we switch to the online, or sort of it's called permanent virtual learning, presumably those children would then switch teachers, or is the concept, as you've outlined it, that some of the kids in the class, because they start with normal classrooms that will all be virtual, but some may then elect to not, because either they're fragile or any of the three criteria, but like to basically be permanently virtual. And so they would then be reassigned to a different classroom, right?
That is correct. So those students would be assigned to a different classroom, and we will likely have some staff members who will be teaching that program. And so that class would also be reconfigured.
So the students who had that teacher might be then reassigned among other teachers.
Correct. And we understand that there's no ideal, and this is obviously a concern for us, but we feel the advantage of starting everybody and creating that sense of community. And, you know, we also want our kids in our program together just as long as we possibly can have them.
Dan, do you want to take more questions or save them for the end?
Are we doing Q&A now, or are we still doing more slides? Because I've got some questions, but I can wait.
Yeah, me too.
Why don't we get through the slides and then?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
All right. So ironically, our director of technology is having technical difficulties.
Nice.
So he just texted me. He said, "Can you?"
I'm here.
Oh,
I got
here.
it.
Never mind.
I got it.
A miracle. For the record, I could have done it.
I think you could have. Thanks for backing me up, RCF. Okay, I've identified a few things to share with you specifically about technology and reopening. The first one would be around Chromebooks. So last spring we loaned out approximately 250 Chromebooks to families that needed a device in the home. We're anticipating a few more than that this year, and we've done some juggling of devices and loaners, and we should have enough to loan to the families that need it in the district. And so we'll be beginning that information about that coming out within the next few days, and a form for families to fill out, and then we will be assigning a Chromebook individually to individual students that need it. We've also moved forward with purchasing some district-wide and grade level-wide licenses for software to support distance learning, one of which is a very popular program among our educators, which is Screencastify. and that included with purchasing enough licenses for all of our teachers. It also makes it possible for students to use it, and that's somewhat seamless by just using their LGUSD account to log in, and it's for creating videos and things of that sort. So we're moving forward in trying to make it simpler for people to utilize those tools. We've also, another thing we've done to make things simpler is we use a single sign-on and a rostering tool called Clever. And we've made a lot of the applications that students and teachers utilize, put that behind Clever. So teachers and students can go to a one-stop shop, in essence, go to Clever, and that's where they can sign on just by using their regular Google account, as well as it will roster teachers' classes so that teachers will have all the students there ready for them to go. Let's go to the next slide if we can. Thank you. So PD, we've ramped up a bit this year as well. In addition to continuing what we did in the springtime of some teachers providing some PD to their colleagues and then recording those and archiving them on our tech services website, we also are have just rolled out a variety of opportunities for teachers. And these distance learning opportunities, professional development opportunities, are really focused on pedagogy. And so looking at exactly how it is that you can utilize distance learning, how it is that you create your classroom, things of that sort. We shared this out about a week ago, and since have had over 65 teachers sign up for these activities. Some started a couple days ago, others started just today, and others are starting next week, with the idea of most of these being complete before school starts. One of them, which is a book study on a book called Distance Learning Playbook with Jason Borgen, that is started today, and that's going to go through the month of September. I'm sorry, month of August, and finishing in the very beginning of September. We've also refreshed all the teacher laptop. We're not yet. We're all in the process of doing that. Teachers are bringing their laptops in, and we are then transferring data. So there's a little bit of delay in that time, and then giving them back new laptops. So they should be in good shape for distance learning for devices to use on their end. And then looking back at what's going on campus, I call it back at the ranch. We're in the process of doing a major network upgrade at Fisher, where we're replacing fiber and switches and the wireless access points, and reworking that network so that when we do have students and teachers back on site, it should be in good shape. And we're looking at about a month and a half timeline for completion of that, maybe 2 months at most, I'm hoping. We're also doing some upgrades at elementary sites, specifically a new core switch at every site, which and a faster connection to the internet. So that's a very welcome change, is a little faster speed to the internet at the school sites. One of the components of coming back on campus with students coming back is what we've termed down the hall Zooming, and that's very demanding on the network. And so we've, in addition to this network upgrade, we're looking at upgrading the AV capabilities in the classroom. In other words, a teacher could be down the hall and Zooming with a class that's down the hall in a different classroom. And the network would require that video, but also in the classroom, they need to be able to see, and maybe even more importantly, hear the teacher. So we have to do some upgrades in those classrooms in order to support that. Now, another small item that we're doing is purchasing iPad covers. One of the challenges with touch surfaces like iPads is that the iPad screen cannot be used with a regular disinfectant. I should say the disinfectant can't be used on that. Over time, it would fog that screen. So we're buying cases to put over all of the shared iPads so that we can disinfect the screen, because it'll have a plastic coating on top. And so that should help with any shared iPads. So those are some of the things that we're doing in technology to try to prepare for the immediate opening and down the road.
Okay, so I'm going to highlight some budget updates, and there are two big positives on the budget. Number one is that many of the things that we have been spending, we had budgeted already for. So for example, the teacher laptop replacements and some of the software upgrades, etc., the internet upgrades, etc., we had already budgeted for, and we are using the budget amounts that we already have included. So we're not looking for additional sources of revenue to cover some of the things that we've been looking at. And in addition, we just learned that although we were not eligible for a big share of the COVID-related funding that was coming from the CARES Act, we are eligible. The governor had a discretionary fund out of the CARES Act that they have allocated in a certain way, and we are eligible for a portion of those funds. So the way that the governor has divided up those funds is that overall it's about $960,000 for our district, and it's divided up between support for students with disabilities at $472,000. There's support for supplemental LCFF students for our district. That's primarily our English language learners. We have a small percentage of low-income students, and that's a proxy for our ability to do specialized programs that ARCIA has some staff that is working in those areas. And this helps us support with additional materials, etc. And then the last bucket is to address the learning loss, which we're being allocated $376,000. The types of things that are considered under learning loss that could be spent are additional instruction time. We can do intensive instruction and supports for students that have fallen behind in certain areas. We can do academic services, additional instructional materials, professional development, devices for students and for staff, counseling, and SEL. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are examples of what kinds of things are considered under that bucket. The thing I want to highlight that makes this difficult as a funding source is that there's very stringent timelines of when these funds need to be spent, and a large percentage of it needs to be spent from last March to this December. And so what it really is doing is covering some of the costs that we've already incurred. This is not really money that's available to do additional programming or things that we don't already have in the works. The good news is that it will cover some things like we're doing some additional SEL, that we're buying some materials, we're doing some additional things that this can help us cover. And then beyond this new bucket of money, we've already spent over $150,000 on COVID related expenses. These are things such as personal protective equipment, child nutrition. We've been supplementing food service. We've done distance learning supplies, professional development, etc., and additional maintenance equipment. We did get $50,000 approximately in the first round of CARES funding to cover that. And we've spent already $150,000. I do think we will continue to spend in this area, and that it'll be certainly 2 to 3 times that amount over a year's time by the time that we're out of the requirements to have all of these services. So the last thing, so the good news is that we do have resources that help us fund some of these additional expenses that we hadn't included in our initial budgeting. And the difficulty is that there are some additional expenses, especially related to long-term distance learning, even if there is a very small number of students enrolled in the program. it requires additional staffing, and we don't have that budgeted for, and it would require staffing across the grades. And currently I'm budgeting that would exceed $1.5 million, that I do not have a source of funding for, that some of these funds from the learning loss mitigation could be used towards that. And I think we would have to prioritize those funds towards this initiative because I don't have another source necessarily. We're still looking at, we will come in December with a revised first interim budget that will have a good number on what our property taxes are, et cetera. And it will also, we will also be able to look back into last year, because I think we ended the year a little bit better off than we had originally projected, because some of the normal kinds of expenses we didn't incur. So I think there will be some sources to take care of this, but I don't think we have $1.5 million available to cover this. It's going to come out of reserves at a, or we've got to look at, being very efficient and frugal on our other expenses. And that's where I've certainly spent a lot of time with the group, and I'll just do a shout out to Tim. He's doing a banner job, really trying to get us set up and get all the equipment ready to go. But I'm also nervous about when we're spending additional money than what we budgeted for. That's a big ticket item, all the tech related expenses, and that adds to this $1.5 million hole that I'm trying to balance out the decisions that we're making on it.
So Therese, sorry, just to clarify, the 1.5 million at the bottom,
yes,
that's just for the 2020-21 school year, or including
1 year?
Okay. And is it just for like the standalone distance learning, or is it include like the run-in, we start the year with distance learning for everybody? Is it like all expenses associated with all distance learning, or just associated with a possible side group that commits to the full year?
It's the standalone program.
It is, okay.
It would require additional staffing that we don't, some of the staffing could possibly come from existing staffing, but it will require additional staffing.
And so like the could exceed 1.5 million, but is there like a midpoint number that you have in mind for, likely to be, or is it, going to be more like one?
I think it's close to that number. That's why I'm saying that number.
Oh, okay. So you're expecting 1.5, but it could go over.
It could go higher. Yes.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
So again, I'll come back to you we will come back in September with last year's unaudited actuals. So we'll see what kind of financial position the reserves are really in as our starting point. And I think that'll give us some comfort, because I do think that there's some savings from last year. And then the following in December, we'll come back with the revised budget. I will have good information by November of what our property taxes should look like. And I already have some initial information. Those are, again, this year for property taxes should be fairly steady because they were established as of July 1st. So I think we will be on track for this year. So with that, I do think we have a good game plan on how to do this. And I think everybody's been very responsive of how to kind of juggle these priorities and be clear which things we really are moving forward on and how to balance those priorities really well.
Thomas, you're up.
Okay. So I just want to give you guys a little update on the ventilation systems. We are just about finished with the Eichler and Associates, the commissioning, the evaluation of the entire system. We discovered some adjustments in here and there that needed to be made. I really get a good feeling from them. about them ensuring that, you know, our rooms that will meet and exceed the ventilation standards. So the MERV 13 filters have been installed, and they've been taken, if you guys can see the pictures on the side, they've been taking air sampling readings from each room. They had just finished up and did the warehouse today. District office was last week. So they're compiling the reports now and getting it together for us so we can, you know, kind of go after any standing issues. See what else is there. Misty, can you change to the next slide, please? Okay, so actually we can go back just for a second. Yes. So, like at the bottom bullet, we will maintain Eichler and Associates for a while to help them monitor and review the HVAC system operations. Rosemary from Eichler Associates and her crew are very, very knowledgeable. And to put it all in a nutshell, what I'm really finding is that there's a lot of scheduling and basically scheduling and adjustment issues that really need to happen in the district, that where repairs were made or things were changed and just maybe never changed back. But as a whole, we're getting solid readings in just about the whole district. So and one thing I really wanted to point out is that I made a note here is that all this work is kind of, you know, the COVID has kind of forced us into is kind of, you know, pushed us into doing this work. And what I'm trying to add is that this is so in line with our strategic plan, because if you look at our strategic plan, this year for me was really getting a good assessment of our systems. And so what really is going to happen is this is basically a really good jumpstart of our timeline for what's going to happen in 22 and 23. So, you know, most districts, what I'm hearing from them is that people don't really know what they have or what systems work with what, and getting this big report and getting all this work done is really going to speed up our process when we actually go to do repairs and things.
Thomas, can I just add one quick thing on the HVAC system? There's been some question regarding windows, etc., having proper ventilation in all the rooms. And a huge part of this commissioning is to evaluate the goal is to have a certain amount of airflow through the room, either through your ventilation system or through the doors and windows. And so what they're doing is measuring that every single room exceeds the high quality standards of ventilation for that room.
Yeah,
and how
great.
to maintain that.
Sorry about that. I was moving a little bit too quickly. So what Teresa is pointing to is that if you see it up on the top, it's basically 15 CFM per person and 6 air changes per hour, you know, from mechanical or natural ventilation systems. You know, in our district, we have both. We have windows that open and we have rooms that don't have windows that open. So what they're doing is that they are, like Teresa spoke about, is that they are making sure that there is that meeting those standard numbers in every room, in every classroom, and not only every classroom, office spaces as well. So just to give you an example, so I had them here today, and they were in the warehouse, and in the warehouse I have my office and Gina's office, and the readings they got here today was enough CFM in this room to provide an adequate working space for 6 people. Even physically, we don't have room for 6 people, but we have airflow and air quality enough for 6 people. So these are really the numbers that we can take to the bank. Their reports are I haven't seen them yet, but their reports I've heard from Rosemary are extremely detailed. I'm gonna if I get questions on a certain room, I can pull up the report, and they've taken pictures of the room number. They have CFM readings in the room, and they have air damper adjustments and everything that's making the room work. So it's going to be very detailed, and I think that this is going to be a really, really valuable tool. I mean, for years, because, you know, in 5 years from now, if something does fail, I can go back to the report and see where it was and what it was doing, and knowing why, you know, a little bit of window in the past, you know, being new, somewhat new to the district. This is a really, really good tool for me to use, because they're basically giving me the life expectancy or what a system is doing right now, which, you know, I'm not sure if I could even tackle that on my own. I mean, it's a great tool. It's going to be a great tool to use. So this is an update on the sanitization. So as of August 13th, the custodian schedules are going to change. This is something that we have been long talking about. I think I've mentioned before. That we are. I think I've mentioned before is that we need basically all hands on deck. So what you see on the slide is that the custodian schedules are going to change from 6:30 a.m. to 3:30, and then a 9:30 to 6 p.m. So this is going to basically give me kind of all my guys at one time. I want to touch on something else that I've had numerous meetings with these guys, and they're willing and able. And I mean, I talked to them yesterday. We had if you see the picture, that was our social distancing staff meeting that we had up there in the parking lot, and it was good, and they were all on board. And it's just I'm really pleased. It's the flexibility of this group has been tremendous. I mean, I have given them one direction and pulled them off the next day to do something else, just because this COVID is changing our jobs every single day. So I just want to highlight the custodians and the work that they're doing, because I really appreciate it. Because without them, I mean, I'm dead in the water.
Are you grouping custodians and the maintenance people all in one bunch, or you still have grounds and maintenance in one group and custodians in another?
So grounds and maintenance are separate. I'm not changing their schedule. Their schedules are typically 7 to 3:30 anyways. So they're here. There might be a little bit of maybe grounds changing just to maybe, because as of just now, we are just starting to catch up with, because the grounds crew was basically gone for 2 months. So, I want to reiterate to you guys and to them as well that this is a fluid crew. We're not a crew of 4 and 5 and 3 and 4 at different schools. We're a crew of 15. And if I need to pull 15 guys at one school to attack a project, that's what we're going to do.
And that's what I was asking, really.
Yeah. And I assured them that, that I hope that they give me that ability. And I told them that I am not above them at all, that I will definitely pull up my sleeves and jump in there when need be as well. The second picture on the bottom is me installing some partitions in Fisher, in the Fisher A building. So we have now put these up everywhere in the district. They're all done. So at Fisher, we have all of the 4 desks done. We have made some serious changes to the DO. We have sectioned off different spaces, installed plexiglass. So all ensuring for the safety of our staff to return. We spent a lot of time measuring distances and making sure that everybody that comes back is going to feel at ease, in a time where it's kind of difficult to feel at ease.
Just for clarity, those plexiglass have the little protective film on it. That's why you can't see through it, correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Misty, go back just for 1 second. So daily sanitization, I don't want to get into the weeds too much and give you guys the hour by minute, but custodians are going to be cleaning high touch areas, sanitizing. We're starting to spray on Monday. All the custodians have been trained on the sprayers. One thing I really wanted to touch off was too is I've got a lot of feedback from teachers about things that they don't want sprayed, or areas of the room where they don't want sprayed. So it's going to be quite kind of a case by case basis. Obviously, I'm not going to go to a music room and start spraying a bunch of instruments. So I'm really, and these guys are totally on board, but I'm really focusing on high touch surfaces where, door handles, push bars, desks, not drinking faucets, but sinks inside the room and things of that nature. So I feel really strongly about this. I feel that we are geared up and we're ready to go. This is kind of a fight or flight method with us. It's just like we have to get up to speed pretty quick. And I think we're there. And there's been some things that the custodians have brought up, and then are we sure we're going to be able to get all this done? And so I'm doing everything in my power to streamline the process, as well as keeping it as safe as absolutely humanly possible. Any questions?
So that takes us to questions for any part of the presentation.
Dan,
So
you want to do the
my first question, will just before we get into the board sort of comments and questions, Michelle, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do. There are two. Shall I read them now?
Yes, please.
A. Rondazzo wrote, will teachers be providing our students instruction from inside their respective classrooms? There was a sense of casualness during the trauma teaching that took place this past spring. Understandably, shelter in place and lack of information about COVID in general did not allow for much more than teacher instruction from home. Moving forward, would it not create a much needed atmosphere of professionalism and expectation to have our teachers providing instruction from classrooms surrounded by a familiar learning environment and supplies available to them in the classrooms? As a parent, I would prefer to have my child engaged from their physical classroom via Zoom, as it would help create a sense of responsibility and seriousness as they engage during the school day. And Wendy Ottinger wrote, thank you for the very thorough update. I do have a concern about the timing for the parent decision to enter the full-time distance learning model. It seems that if parents aren't making those decisions until after classes are formed, there could be some issues if we return to the classroom. For example, what if one class has a significant number of kids who will be remaining in the distance model? When that class returns, there would be far fewer kids in that class for the remainder of the year. It seems that knowing this information prior to the start of the year, the classes could be balanced with this in mind. Another thing that I found quite surprising is that if we go back into the classroom, that we would remain open even if there was a significant increase in the number of COVID cases / deaths in our county, and we go back on the watch list. It seems that our district needs to be continuing to monitor the county trends in order to keep our students and staff safe if the numbers rise. The goal needs to remain keeping everyone safe, not staying in the classroom because we all went back and we don't want to flip-flop back and forth. I hope this is something that our district can continue to discuss. And those were the only public comments submitted.
All right, well, thank you. We can't respond directly to those, but I'm going to guess with 110% accuracy that those will come up in questions and clarifying discussion, because I have questions that mimic at least one of those. So board members who have clarifying or just have questions or comments, why don't we start with Peter?
Misty, can you stop sharing the screen?
I was just going to ask that. Do you want?
So yeah, I've got two pairs of questions. So two main questions, each with like a little side one. I guess one of these ties in a little bit to, Wendy Ottinger's comment. So when we talk about the eventually the transition to parallel distance learning, I guess these questions are maybe directed for Sarah. Parallel distance learning, are we talking about just the subgroups that were on your bullet points, like the kids at risk, and I don't remember, there were sort of 3 bullet points, or is this going to be a broader, like anybody who really feels strongly about wanting distance learning instead of in-person learning or something like that?
I do think that's a question that we haven't completely answered. The third bullet, however, is open to interpretation. So we're not exactly sure how that, if it's due to concerns around COVID, that would actually address any family that's concerned about exposure. If it's specific to quarantine because they've been exposed, that's a different.
Yeah. And then I guess related to that, related to Wendy's question, right? So there's obviously the jumble and disruption for students, right? If there's 25 students in a class and magically 20 of them happen to be kids who are going to distance learning, all of a sudden now you're down to 5. And I think the same goes for teachers, right? If there's a teacher who's in a position of being potentially vulnerable for in-person, if that teacher starts, distance learning with their full class on August 13th, and then we go back to in-person, now all of a sudden that teacher is going to be out and we'll have to make a switch. So, I mean, I mean, this is up for discussion, but I guess the idea of starting fully parallel, with assigned cohorts for year-long distance learning versus everyone else, does sort of make a lot of sense, I think, both from the student and the teacher perspective. I realize there's only a few weeks and there's logistics, but I'd like to hear what other staff or board members have to say about that, and if there's a feasible way to get to sort of fully parallel approaches by August 13th.
And I do agree that that's a concern. As I mentioned, the hope was that we want our distance learning students to feel part of their school community, and we're really wanting to focus on that aspect. And so the idea was that they would build that sense of community and really feel like part of their school. Once we move to distance learning, there will be students from multiple schools. There's not going to be, for instance, a first grade that's all from Blossom Hill.
Right, of course.
And so at that point, even though they would be continued to be enrolled at their home school, they really would be a part of a different cohort.
Yeah.
So that was part of the thinking that went into it.
Yeah,
and I get that. I mean, let me add to Peter wanted sort of.
Yeah.
There's also the downside of, let's say we have 4 or 5 teachers we know are going to that they themselves are fragile and will be permanently teaching remotely. That seems really disruptive to put 25, 30 kids in there that are going to have to move out automatically. It almost would seem better to sort of try to, the balance of, well, we know you're remote, so we would try to load you with as many remotes as possible from one site, or give them no, permanent, or in class kids to begin with. I don't know. I think, and would you also then rebalance all classrooms if, I think, it turned out that 10 left from one classroom, you can't, or at one site, it wouldn't seem fair to have one teacher with 15 and somebody else with 29.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to say, Sarah, to your point about, sense of belonging, or, whatever you want to call it for the school site. I mean, the thought that had crossed my mind was, if we were to start with a, parallel distance learning model right from the 13th, you almost kind of create like a, LGUSD cyber campus thing, maybe have somebody, either a teacher on special assignment or like a local retired principal as a part-time administrator. It could have its own Wednesday newsletter, stuff like that. It's not the same as being like, I'm a Blossom Hill kid and I've got all these things going on, but it for whatever sort of like sense of, camaraderie and belonging that you'd want to get out of a full year distance learning program, you could try to get to it through something like that.
I did also want to add we have a little bit of information from the survey that we just sent. And with the exception of just a few grade levels or a few sites, it's between 3 and 5 students at each site at each grade level who at this point have expressed interest.
Yeah,
so
okay.
that could be a different number, but there are relatively small numbers at each grade level.
Okay.
And I think asking for a year-long commitment will bring those numbers even down.
Yeah.
And one thing that we could attempt to do is to balance that, because we do have some identified families already, and to try to balance that across the school so that we don't have them grouped into one particular class, so the classes are misbalanced.
So you're saying you could take the survey results that you have already and balance the classes, knowing that these kids may leave. Yeah. But then you still have the issue of the teachers, right? So what do you do about, Miss Jones, who starts virtual, but then can't go back to school in person? What about the 25 kids in her class? I hope we don't have a Miss Jones on staff. I don't think we do, right?
Well, and how do you can't rebalance 25 kids if the other 3 grade level classrooms at Dave's are already full. So now
Whatever,
would
yeah.
those kids be placed in a different school altogether? Or would you have to go hire another teacher in that
yeah.
site?
Right.
We would hire another teacher.
And I think that's one of the
Okay.
key reasons why we are not going to try to make a program work in 10 days from the announcement on Monday of what it needed to be.
Yeah.
We pride ourselves in the district on our staff, and doing that shuffling and having to hire teachers in those positions, because that would need to be a conversation, is we want to make sure that that process is all the things that we use as strengths now to hire good people, and to try to hire staff in 10 days and make those shuffles is not good for staff, and it's not good for students. And our student survey results really indicate that people are feeling disconnected. And so given that we don't know how long a timeline is, and we are looking at, we're still on the list, we're not at 14 days now. We don't know when we will get to 14 consecutive days.
Yeah.
That we can help support students who are reporting to us that they've missed their school, they missed their community. And I think that's really important beyond who the person is, but that connection for kids
Well,
to
Misty,
access
I think you
school.
hit on something that I hadn't understood. So the assumption is we would actually try to fill those positions of teachers who had to stay out, not rebalance the kids.
Yeah.
The first strategy is to actually fill that teaching position.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it's something
That's
you
a very
said,
different message than I
Dan,
sort of
the part
understood.
about we are committed we're committed to the absolute extent we can, that in any balancing, we would not ask, let's say that there are, 10 students from Van Meter that leave, we wouldn't ask other students from Van Meter to leave Van Meter to balance at another site. We want people to stay connected to their school, which would require staffing adjustments, which is where some of that 1.5 million that Teresa is talking about is going to come from. It's a people cost. And so we want to do that very carefully, very thoughtfully, and the least amount of loss for any of our families as possible to make the year strong.
Yeah, and I
Can I
appreciate
can I just play devil's advocate for a minute though? Like, we're in extraordinary times. I feel like it is okay to ask people to make some sacrifices. And if that's like, hey, your family is no longer a Van Meter family, you're going to go to Blossom Hill. If that it saves the district, hundreds of thousands of dollars or something, like, I think I just want to make sure that's all like in perspective of the logistical and financial burden that places on our whole district, which then affects us over the long term, and also, can potentially take away opportunities from other kids. So like, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time like getting behind this idea that we all have to be like, have an affinity for a certain school. Like, it doesn't seem to me a big enough priority to put that above like the functioning of the district. Like, I don't know. Sorry, guys. I'm having a hard time with it.
This is the same idea each year, hypothetically, when we come to budget around how much staffing we need. And it is always an art. It's not definitive to exactly each grade, each school, etc., because the kids don't come and go in nice, even numbers. And I think it's going to be the same kind of thoughtful process, that there does have to be consideration that we can't just staff up a bunch of extra classes to hold everything exactly the same way. We can't just duplicate an entire system with a bunch of new teachers without thinking about how many people are in each grade at each site, etc. But the best consideration you can give to try and hold it together, just like we do in middle school, because to make the scheduling work, if the kids magically went away from the right sections, we could, but we can't do that. We haven't been able to figure out exactly how to do that effectively. and hold it together. So there's going to be some art to this that we are going to consider how to make it efficient and effective, but at the same time consider that it doesn't necessarily make sense to just shift a bunch of teachers out and a bunch of kids around without replacing some of those things, because we can't physically, or correctly make them work in the right grades or what have you. So I think your point is absolutely the natural tension around this conversation that does happen when we're making these decisions, but neither side can have it exactly the way that they want it. It's got to be somewhere in the middle. And I have to cheer for you for saying this, Courtney, because I do feel sometimes like I'm jumping up and down saying, yes, I agree, we need some of these things, but we really have to reprioritize. We've got to slow down on some other things in order to make this work. And I think the whole group is buying off on that. We're all saying we got to balance all of this stuff with the priorities that these guys are identifying.
Well, it seems to me, sort of on Courtney's point, but also to the extent we know, and it doesn't seem unfair to ask for at least general hard commitments up front for the people that parents know, we're fragile. We know now my child is immune compromised or a family member is, and to place those kids, even if it disrupts their homeschool identity, because they're never going to be in their home school this year, to at least place them with a teacher we also know is undoubtedly going to be, and it's not perfect, but at least it could potentially save us, in this case, $400,000 by not having, to replace every one of those teachers because we gave them all a full classroom before the start of school because we didn't ask.
I think they may not all make a full classroom. I mean,
I understand that it probably won't, but we should try.
Those are the hard numbers we're looking at. Those are not going to create a full classroom necessarily at each grade level. And then what that would create on campuses is a lot of split grade. We would be having second and third grade combos and first and second grade combos. Those implications are very significant for students.
So the combos
they're
being
there anyway, right? I mean, you're sort of facing the home, a lot of the remote teachers are going to be teaching combos, and you still have the flexibility of placing incoming students at this moment in whatever school we want. It's much easier to say, yeah, I know you wanted to register at Dave's, but you just moved to the district. There's what, like 15 per grade that are always new in almost every school and every site. I mean, so that's where it's easy to say, yes, that's your homeroom. We do it anyway if a site is full, but it just seems to be more or less disruptive to try to do as much of that as possible. And yes, it won't be perfect, it won't be balanced, but we should at least try.
Yeah, and I think, sort of fundamentally, it's like it's suboptimal to try to kind of rush and get it done by the 13th. It's also suboptimal to make the switches when we do. We can debate when the switch would happen. I'm currently of the opinion, we'll be off the 14-day watch list, sooner rather than later. I realize hospitalizations are up, but new cases are down and trending pretty low. And so it could be, not too long after getting back to school, we could be coming off the watch list, and we'll have to sort out something then. Fairly soon. That's part of my second set of questions is around the timetable. But yeah, I agree with Courtney, maybe a little less harsh. Everybody's got to kind of give a little bit. And I think that, I do think that the student school identity thing is important. It's kind of an SEL thing and keeps some degree of normalcy throughout the year. Probably also helps the parents too, in terms of knowing where to look for accountability and advice and guidance if needed. But it also sounds like, we're trying to mitigate things for the teachers as well. And so to the extent that if we have a plan that's, let's say, perfect for the teachers, but suboptimal for the students, we probably ought to give some thought to, is there a balance there where everybody gives a little bit, right? Where maybe it's less suboptimal for the students and a little bit of give on the teacher's part. I don't know. I mean, and again, I'm not trying to throw this, the students and families under the bus. I'm not trying to throw the teachers under the bus. Just trying to figure out or make sure we work through a process that gets us to a solution that is, balanced.
Well, I think it's going to be suboptimal for all groups because we're in the middle of a crisis, and it's not our optimal to run a long-term distance learning program for sure. One of our biggest concerns is being able to find quality staff in such a short amount of time. Also, we don't know when we're going to come off the watch list. And so by delaying that, when we're looking at that greatest amount being 1.5 million, it could help to minimize that, possibly. And I wanted to, Courtney, I can appreciate your comments about the sacrifices. And I think that there are going to have to be sacrifices across the board. It's not going to be optimal. I did work in an urban school district before as an assistant superintendent. And at the beginning of every year, and this is the way that the budget worked in that district, they would rebalance all of the classes after the dust settled and they found out who came to school and who didn't. And kids were moved. They removed schools, they were moved to different grades, and it saved money to be able to do that. But the disruption was it was really tough on those families to actually start in a school and then to have to move. It's possible, but and we can do our best to work with families. And I think we have a database right now with identifiable families that at least answer that first round of surveys. I believe that the end number will be less than what we think it is going to be. I think there's a lot of angst and anxiety. And when families resume school and understand that we're taking a cautious, phased-in approach that takes in the safety and health of all staff and students, I think it's going to build more confidence. And especially when we're talking about phase one is literally a 50% reduction in all class sizes across the district. And we're being careful. We have our procedures, safety procedures. I would suspect it's going to be less than what we think it's going to be. Or that I would hope it would be. But probably the number one concern for a startup on August 13th, being that this just happened Monday, and this is on the FAQ on the state website, is finding the type of teachers that are up to the standard that we expect in our district. And it's it's a little bit crazy out there right now in school district land, and being able to find teachers, and every district is being faced with this same type of a dilemma, and being able to offer, different tracks.
So Paul, I'll just jump in a sec. One thing you said that resonated with me a little bit is, sort of about delaying the transition. And I know I'm speaking out of both sides of my mouth, right? But, especially in the business world, it's often good to delay a decision to really be able to make the right decision at the time the decision needs to be made. And I think that's probably especially true here, right? COVID is a fluid situation. What we know about it, how it transmits, long-term effects, all those things are changing pretty regularly. So I do see there being benefit in, making the transition decisions, how to do all that when the time is right, because it could be that, what we think is going to be best to do on July 30th is different from what is going to be best to, or deemed to be best to do on August 30th, for example. I mean, the one thing I would say relative to that, though, is I would want us to push our timeline to be prepared sooner. Again, partly because I think, you know, the end of the 14 days off the watch list could come sooner than we expect. But also in general, I think that the community is going to expect us to be able to move into in-person teaching mode within 1 or maybe 2 weeks at most from when we do come off the watch list. So I think there will be a little bit of a grace period, but if we're off the watch list on, you know, August 30th, if the 14 consecutive days is August 30th, and we're not talking about moving to in-person instruction until October 1st, I think that's going to be a problem within the community. I think if we get off the watch list and communicate to parents, you know, we're mostly planned and ready, but we just needed 1 or 2 more weeks to really get things fully implemented, I think that would be fine. So I think that to the extent that we can front load looking for new staff if we think we need new staff, or running the parent survey during the first or second week of school instead of in September, I think we've got to try to do those things.
Well, the distance learning, like running surveys and doing registration, that actually needs to start pretty promptly.
Yeah. No, I get that, but I think there was a statement before about we'd be querying parents in September, but I think that needs to be much sooner.
I think when we're off the watch list, we have to remember, I mean, guidance is still evolving every day around what the health and safety expectations are. And when we get off the watch list, off that monitoring list, we will need to reconvene our work groups and with our association and talk about working conditions and staff returning to campus. And 1 or 2 weeks is tight. I mean, that may not be enough time to be thoughtful and careful and bring everybody back comfortable.
I agree.
And safe.
The worst thing that could happen is we act too quickly and put ourselves back in the same spiral that just happened here a month ago.
Well,
yeah, fair point.
We have to have some, I think that their desire from the community might be that, but I think we have to show that we have done thoughtful planning with some guidelines on what is an appropriate timeline, so that we answer that question ahead of time, Peter. But 1 to 2 weeks is not, I think, a thoughtful timeline. I think we need to show a thoughtful timeline.
Well, so I agree in part. I mean, my statement, forget the 1 to 2 weeks, let's just call it 2 weeks. Let's pick a number. My statement, that statement feeling is predicated on an assumption that, you know, the playbook or guidelines from the county health department and the county board of education are not substantially different from what they are now. I mean, clearly, if we're off the watch list and the county has thrown out existing guidelines and put in a new set of guidelines, that's a whole different story. But if it's still the same basic stuff that we've done the planning for, you know, through the summertime teacher meetings of, you know, here's what K-5 schools need to do, here's what the middle schools need to do. I mean, again, I think we're accountable to the community for being able to get back to in-person learning, you know, within a reasonable amount of time. I mean, put it a different way, if there's zero change to any of the county guidelines that we've already done a lot of preparation for, the 2 week timeline should be fairly reasonable. And we're talking about a 2 week timeline that's probably likely 4 to 6 weeks from now at the earliest, right? So
let me add something on your timeline question.
I don't see that happening.
Well, let's ignore that. But let's say because the watch list right now is hospitalizations. You know, let's say that dropped tomorrow. We could literally be in this situation where we're off the watch list. And I think in some sense, if we ask parents right now, do you want to come in or stay home? If we rush the process that they're not comfortable with, more the environmental question, more than, oh, you're off the watch list, you know, for 2 weeks, we might have a lot more parents going, I'm willing to go distance learning permanently. And I think, you know, in part it could skew our costs because now a lot more are remote. You know, the other challenge we face is if we do distance learning or virtual classrooms so well, a lot more people may go, this is not that bad. You've improved it a ton. I want my child to stay there. So, you know, in some sense, I'm not sure, I think our low survey results right now may be a factor of the reacting to, the sort of rushed, whatever the term was, emergency, distance learning that was the spring. And I think, we don't know what the survey or what participation rate may be in the future, either because of the forced thing. The one thing I think that's important in the communication to the community is sort of laying out that these changes may happen. Your kid may be reassigned. Part of it's them understanding we may not want to do this, but we want to make sure you have quality teachers and there aren't just an infinite supply of extra teachers out there. And so, I think it's forcing the parents to be as aware as possible, and that requires a lot more ways of communicating. Even if they're reading some of these surveys and we're getting record response rates, we need to make sure, maybe some of this information is passed on, when they go to update PowerSchool, that there's stuff they have to read that sort of says, here's a disclosure about, what, permanent remote learning may look like, or what, the transition in the classrooms when we go live could happen. Just, I'm aware. Thank you.
Well, I think plan, do, check, act is going to happen every time we go to a different level of remote to in-person stuff. So there needs to go and replan it, check, make sure the plan is good, act on it, and then see if there's other adjustments that need to be made. But do we have any thoughts about, retain is probably not a good term, but getting a few, one or two teachers that are willing to sign up for, I'll be there if I need it for an extended period of time? I'm not sure who that will go to. Misty?
Are you talking about having long-term subs in place? Or
it would be a long-term sub that would be already signed up and ready to jump in on a moment's notice if needed.
Our challenge with long-term subs is currently we have already positions that we're struggling to get long-term subs for. We have teachers going out on maternity leave and such, and bonding leave. And that's kind of what I wanted to mention about, were we to go immediately into the distance learning, we would have to initially at least staff those with long-term subs, because the hiring timeline just wouldn't allow us enough time to put the permanent staff into place. And it does continue to be a struggle. So I think it would be difficult to have people ready to go, because anybody who's ready we will have deployed at this point in other classrooms.
Yeah, well, maybe it might not be as long a term as it would be on maternity leave, but if somebody has to jump out for a week or 2 weeks, that there'd be somebody already lined up that's fairly capable in that grade level, whether it's middle school or elementary school, to just jump in and take over. Start that communication process. Maybe that's already happened. It hasn't, to my knowledge, but I think that it would be prudent to have somebody that's ready to jump in and at least start to talk to those subs that would fit into that mold, and see if they'd be ready to go and jump into some of this learning that's going on around the remote teaching, to be able to jump in and do it. You can't expect someone who has no exposure to what the regular teachers are doing to be able to just say, okay, I'll be there tomorrow, if they haven't had some type of instruction or introduction into what's expected of them. And
Wait, Therese, can I ask
I agree with
question?
Courtney too on there has to be flexibility on all sides. There has to be flexibility on the teacher side and the parent side and the student side, that it's all for one for all. We got to make this happen and be successful. And all of those groups need to be willing to bend and be flexible enough to achieve that success. Go ahead, Courtney, you're on.
Thanks, John. Therese, I'm curious, that 1.5 million for distance learning, can you help me understand how much of that is fixed cost versus variable cost?
My calculation was based on certainly not knowing exactly how many people would go into it, but I assume that we would have to have at least one per grade level.
Okay, so
and we would have some teachers that would move into that and some teachers that we would have to refill in the classroom.
Okay. And so your best guess is like, what's our best guess right now on the number of kids enrolled in that?
Well,
I know it's not right, but
you mean expressing?
Sarah said it was a few people per grade per site.
School.
It's about 200 overall.
200
that have initially expressed interest.
Okay.
So if you, I'm totally rounding off, but if you said it sort of magically fit into about 20 kids per classroom, hypothetically, because you have to do it by grade level or whatever, I was close to 9 to 10 teachers. That's where I was coming up with it as an additional. So none of it is really variable cost. It's really, that's a minimal. If you had a ton of kids going into it and we had to maintain both programs, you could have, and you'd still need 2 to 3 at doing the hybrid model, and it could double. But I'm saying I think that that's a realistic number given the number of kids that we think are going to do it and the number of existing staff that might transition.
Okay. I'm having trouble hearing Therese. Is that just me or is that everybody?
Yeah, same here. Yeah, Therese, your
I apologize. I don't know why I'm, I'll just sit closer to the microphone, but there is already a lot of planning that always goes into this. It's the same as they're doing in February and March for enrollment. It's still an art. You know, we count all the numbers, but it's still about finding the right people to go in the right slots and how you divide up the, if you're trying to do some combo classes or not. It is mathematically, I agree. We can just say here's the date, move everybody, and and minimize the cost by maximizing the number of kids, but it never works out that easily. And that's where it goes to the timeline. And I'm not in disagreement with you, Peter, regarding having some timeline, but I think we have to establish a realistic timeline with the community and communicate that out, because I think we've done a ton of planning. You've seen all of that, but you can't just move people on a dime, say, here's the plan, go, without a lot of chaos. And I think you have to be mindful of the impact that has on the staff and the families. So 2 weeks is not in, and I'm all behind you. I really agree, but 2 weeks is not realistic in any way, shape, or form.
The other thing about the timeline, though, is that we will be able to watch a trend, and at some point it will probably be clear that we're going to be off the watch list before we're off the watch list. So we could actually start the process of consulting, because as Peter mentioned, we've done most of the work. We know most of what's going on. So we could actually start it before the full 14 days were over to escalate that timeline a little bit.
Right. And that's kind of all I'm saying, right? You know, again, barring, and I'm in full agreement. In fact, I mean, at one point, Dan and Paul and I had talked about, and Paul sent out the email that for the board members to hold, you know, I think every Thursday for meetings. I mean, I'm all in favor of, you know, checking and monitoring data and trends, everything as regularly as possible, you know, to stay ahead of the curve, right? And if it's trending downward and looking like we're going to go to the watch list soon, knowing that. I mean, obviously you guys will do it, but obviously from the board to know and follow, but also B, for the other part, right? Like I am in full agreement. Like I don't want to, if some other metric that's not part of the watch list is off the charts or trending poorly for COVID, I don't want to just reopen schools because the state says you're off the watch list, right? That's a no-go to me too. I mean, I don't know what that would be, but if there's some other thing like that, I wouldn't feel comfortable saying, yeah, let's go ahead and do it. So again, I'd want us to be monitoring things pretty regularly.
So
Therese,
let's say we
one
got
quick,
off.
sorry, quick
Wes-
question, just on the numbers, Therese, real quick. So roughly speaking, the 1.5 million is one teacher per grade doing distance learning times an annual teacher salary, right? But won't we be able to offset some of that? I mean,
Yeah.
for teachers that can't do
Can
in-person
offset.
teaching.
You can offset some of that, but the middle school and some of the grades won't be able to be exactly one. The middle school, you can't do one per grade. It doesn't work out in order to get the subjects in either.
Yeah, okay.
There's an extra at the middle school, and we offset that by some of the teachers that we have
Okay.
existing can take over, but we will also have to fill some
Okay.
positions.
Yeah. Okay, so your 1.5 million already accounts for the fact
Yes.
that there's yeah, okay, so it's not 10 teachers, it's 15, 16 teachers,
Yeah.
and then okay, I get it. Thank you.
Okay. I've
Sorry,
got a
Jane.
question about that for Paul, though. So, at 200 kids, at $7,500 a kid, that kind of makes sense. Like we spend whatever, 11,000 a kid normally. But if it starts to get pretty low, those numbers of people who actually do it, then I would just want to be careful, because Paul, you were saying, well, maybe when we ask people to really commit for a year, we're not going to get as many. And I would be pretty wary of spending, I know it'll come down a little bit, but $1.5 million on say 50 kids or something.
Yeah.
I would get pretty nervous about that, just given the price per capita, so to speak. And I'm open to, debate on that. It's just a concern that I have. But on that front, like we aren't the only district trying to do this. Like why can't we partner with another district to offer this? If one teacher has a handful of kids in this program that they're expected to teach virtually, like that's not a very big load. So, are there other districts that we can buddy up with? Is the county willing to step in and provide something for Santa Clara County? I'm just trying to think of like economies of scale here. I don't know. I don't know
Like
if any of
Saratoga,
those
could we
conversations
partner with
are happening.
Saratoga?
I mean, it's something that we can pursue. Usually school districts don't. They're kind of like their own island. And I don't think this particular county has been that practice of getting involved in school district operations, but it's something that we can explore as an option and do some hunting around. I mean, if we had 50 kids, that wouldn't be 1.5 million, because we would hire far less teachers, but it would look different because we're not going to have one. It might be a multi-age class. It's not going to be like a neat second grade class wrapped up with a bow. It's going to look different than a regular classroom.
Yeah, I feel like I would expect that, but I don't know if parents. I think it's all about communicating to parents, like, hey, you're choosing this option, but it's might look a little bit like Montessori, where you've got
exactly.
kids of all ages.
When we first were looking into a distance learning option, we also looked into sort of external companies that would provide distance learning. If the numbers were very low, I think that would be a direction in which we would go. If we didn't have classes, if we couldn't make reasonable sized classes, we're originally concerned about the cost, but it may cost less if we have small numbers to do that.
And we need to be cognizant of the fact that our distance learning program has to meet all of the same requirements as laid out in AB 77 and SB 98. Those legal requirements have to be part of that program planning, which includes electives and specials and daily credentialed contact time. It may not be able to look independent. That's why we pivoted from an independent study piece to talking about this model. That is going to take some very thoughtful planning and how to run really a second dual equivalent program.
That's a good point, Misty. Gosh. Okay.
The other part
if
of it,
if there's a vaccine in December, that's like best case scenario, right? But if do we shut down the virtual distance learning? Just be like, yo, go get the shot, come back to school.
I think if we were asking them
that's a good question.
Well,
I was going to say, I think if we're asking them to commit for a year, we would have to commit to them for a year.
but also, Courtney, I think it's pretty unrealistic, right? I mean, vaccine available in December is completely different from everybody vaccinated in December.
It
Yeah,
also
I
have
think
to
that's
be
pie in
quiet
the sky.
for all the kids and things. They won't. Yeah, I don't think that it wouldn't be set up and ready to go in that time.
But get vaccinated on Friday and be in school on Monday. Now, you know, it's gonna take a long time, for one thing, for the parents and society in general to just believe in it enough that they're willing to let loose and have full embodied learning without all the other stuff. So yeah, that's a whole new plan that has to be put in effect, I think.
I wanted to mention
Here's a question
too
on
that
distant learning. Okay, so you said, oh, we part of this transition is we need to hire, let's say it's 4 teachers, 5 teachers, 2, I don't know, to actually roll out the distance learning or to move the kids back and forth. What is that time frame? You said it's not 2 weeks. Is it 4? Is it 8? How long does it take to hire qualified teachers? I mean, this sort of goes to, I think, John's question of, if you know you're going to have to hire some at some point in the next 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks, should you just start hiring them?
So Dan, we did talk about this a little bit also. It all depends on when that time is. If it's near, we talked about one aspect of if we're near a natural break, like if we're close to a trimester, it might be a nice time to do it at a trimester or a semester. If we're near the winter break, we would make a transition at the winter break, something like that, or a spring break or whatever it may be. That's part of the thinking on that too.
But I think those are two different tracks. So there's the hiring piece, which in one of the slides we presented is we're going to start looking at that. I mean, we need to start planning for that now and thinking about those conversations. But there's also the student piece that we have to remember about that transition. Like we could get all the hiring, we could have a plan in place, to John's point about long-term people ready to go in September when we know the students. But then there's also transitioning, and we get off the monitoring list. There's telling kids, this is what it's going to look like when you come back to school, which we were ramping up to do. And then we stopped because we need to pivot our message for kids that now this is what school looks like. And we're going to need to have thoughtful time to transition kids back to campus too. So I think they're competing timelines that we need to be doing together.
And I would say,
and I get the complexity of that.
Once we determined that what positions we needed to post and hire, get through the hiring process. So if we were to start seeking interest now and find out how many we needed, we could have them in place in a month.
Okay. Yeah. And I think, that's part of the point too. I mean, I hear the part about we actually need to know what grade levels and subjects and whatever we're hiring for, but just to, for what Dan was saying, at some level it boils down to just dollars. We're already saying $1.5 million for parallel distance learning. The longer we're in full distance learning, the less we're going to spend on the parallel part. So there's a bit of if we think we can afford 1.5 million, and I'm saying if, there's an argument to just grab them now, or to John's point, get some long-term subs lined up so that you can make the transition to distance learning quickly. I mean, again, if you could get long-term subs lined up, I get it. And then work through the hiring process. I mean, again, and don't get me wrong, I'm more on the side of, wear a mask, stay inside, do this as long as possible. But I am concerned that, from a public perception standpoint, right, where most members of the public aren't as well informed as folks on the board are, if LGUSD and the county come off the watch list, I think, a long period of time to go back to in-person learning after that will not pass the red face test. Granted, they may not know exactly all that's required to do it, but I think 2 weeks passes the red face test. 4 weeks, I don't know. 6 or 8 weeks, certainly not. So that's all I'm trying to articulate, right? I'm not trying to push people to be unsafe or anything. It's just how's the community going to view this?
Have we had
People hear me
conversations?
now? I guess my connection wasn't good.
Oh, sorry. What's that again, Paul?
I said, can you hear me now? Because I guess my
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just one thing to consider is the foot soldiers in this are our teachers.
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
Exactly.
Like,
They are in.
I
They
feel
are.
like we're making some assumptions about the teachers.
They are in the trenches, and we need to bring our staff along with us, and that's why it's very difficult on the dime or in a 2-week period of time to have those conversations and have them all with us, because we were just talking today about the office staff coming back, and some of our staff members have been on full quarantine at home, and so it's getting them acclimatized back into and feeling comfortable being in school, and we just need to bring people with us. And I think we're really methodical planners in the district, and it's really something to think about. All of the spikes over the summer, it really caused the teachers and the staff concern.
Me too.
And all of us. And I think to Wendy's question, we don't want to bring back the students or the staff if we're in a spiking situation or if there's a lot of instability with the health. And we're going to take a careful look at it. And I think I did send out that email asking for the board to reserve Thursdays as a possibility in case we have to have a special meeting. I think that would be good. And then at least have a board meeting, at least a scheduled board meeting twice a month, and then we can add more in if we need them. But just keep in mind our staff. And they're very talented and skilled, and we just need to bring them along with us and have thoughtful conversations with them, assurances about the safety, that things are going to be okay. And I think, and I know that it will be okay, but we just need to do that.
As long as the analytics prove that we're doing the right thing at the right time. We all saw what happened when all of a sudden California or Santa Clara said, oh, okay, we're doing great. A week later, everything went to hell in a handbag. So
it's
and you can look at some baseball players who supposedly were doing all the right things, and a third of a team in 3 days.
Half of the team, more. Yeah, we got 18 of them.
Yeah,
19.
And Peter, I stole your line. The only certainty is uncertainty.
Yeah, exactly.
Using
Right.
that over and over again.
Nice. Yeah.
And
that's for sure.
And we just don't know. And because of that uncertainty, there is insecurity that exists.
Yeah.
And we just need to work with that and be contemplative about what we do. And it is a question about the distance learning. And we can do our part to shore up the numbers so that they're more secure. We do have the 200 families, but I think that it's we need to get the district started in distance learning and do a good job. So we put up that chart on the remote learning versus the distance learning, or I actually like virtual classroom for this year. We start school as Tim mentioned, we have 68 teachers in training now for distance learning and synchronized live instruction, and let our staff do what they do well, and then just be really thoughtful about these conversations and move everybody together. I don't think, like, if we came off the watch list tomorrow, and let's say the numbers just really sunk, which we want that to happen,
It's not going to happen, though.
I would be surprised.
Well, tomorrow, it's impossible tomorrow.
I mean, I look at the paper every day. Santa Clara is getting so many new cases. Maybe that's because of testing. But some of that has to start going down before we even think about contemplating what to do. But still, planning is essential.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I want to throw something at Thomas whenever we're ready to move in that direction.
I just wanted to mention too that as a reminder, we as a district, we decided to start in distance learning before Governor Newsom stood up there at the podium. And so we felt that those numbers were of a concern for us. And then it was just 3 days later, he kind of affirmed that. I believe when we build the confidence, just like we need to build the confidence in the staff that comes back, that we're going to be okay. We're going to follow strict protocols. We're going to be safe. I think that the families will fall in line too, and along that same feeling. That's what I think where we're going to end up.
I agree with you, Paul, and I think part of that earning their confidence is by doing the distance learning very well and building trust, so that when we say it's time to open, that they will believe us and participate, and that trust is something hard to earn and easy to lose.
It's a good point. I think, and that's a good point, Dan. I think the better the distance learning is going, the less strong the push would be to get back super quick, right? And conversely, if things aren't going well or going like they were in the spring, people will be clamoring to get back quicker.
Whatever we do, we have to do it based on
note
science.
of like the quality of distance learning.
Can't rush things.
Courtney?
Sorry, guys. I think my internet is not so good for right now. But on that note of the quality of distance learning, you know, we've seen the slide that says like, hey, we're going to do more time, and we're going to take attendance, and beyond that, like, what gives us confidence that we're ready for the distance? Like, I feel like we're all really hopeful, but I would love to have more information on why we think it's going to be better beyond just like now everyone knows how to work Zoom, right? Like it doesn't take that long to work Zoom.
All professional development, Courtney, better tools. We've added tools. Some of the stuff that you saw on Tim's slide really speaks to that. We had, what was it, Tim, over 60 teachers, that information and knowledge is going to spread organically amongst the staff. Teachers having time over the summer to review the professional development sessions from last spring. All of this is going to help. Structure, consistency, those things that will help both teachers and kids.
I think what gives us confidence is the staff. I think that's what's given us confidence about our programs always. And the fact that our staff was in crisis in the spring, and there were things that, you know, they were dealing with at the same time. So they've had time to reflect on their practice and look at better strategies. And their commitment has always, I don't think that we've ever had a questioned commitment from our staff. So that would be what we have confidence in. We have confidence in the people in this district who do their best work. And so I think that speaks, they're ready. They want to make this the best. They want one program. They want to know what the program is so that they can do better work, be better than we were yesterday, be better than we were in the spring. And so I think that's where the confidence comes from, is we trust our teachers and our community trusts our teachers.
The other component as well is having the time to plan. We've carefully coordinated so that students can pick up their materials, their workbooks, the art. Teachers will be able to teach from their classrooms. We're encouraging it. So they'll have much more access to what is the traditional classroom environment. So there's just been a lot more time to put things in place, and we have more flexibility with, where the teachers are and how we get materials to the students.
Which answers the question the teachers will be able to teach from in the classroom.
Yes, they will be able to. We're not requiring. all the
Right.
teachers to teach from their classroom because we understand everyone needs to make some personal decisions, but everyone will have the ability, including our instructional assistants who work with students also. They'll be able to work from campus if they choose to.
Do we have any idea what that population of teachers are that would prefer to work from their classrooms?
We haven't taken a roll on that, but I think that there's going to be many teachers teaching from their classroom. We actually had teachers last year that even in the spring asked if they could teach from their classrooms, and we were on stricter shelter in place, and so we didn't allow it. But I was just yesterday walked over to Fisher, and teachers are in their classrooms, you know, surveying things and pretty excited. So I think that is gonna make a big difference to actually have your tools right there to be able to teach.
Good comfort
Presumably,
place.
you could have some marker or something if it, you know, only, you know, the amorphous teacher Jones is in and out of the classroom. We wouldn't have to sterilize it each day, you know. But if someone else is in there, you'd want them to, it's like the swim and racket club. When you go and you reserve your spot, just swim in the workout lane,
Mhm.
you have a place to set your towel and stuff. And there's a little sign that says sanitized. And when you put your stuff down, you flip it over. And then when you leave, they wipe it down and show that it's sanitized. That way anyone knows. It gives confidence. You know, I think when everyone's in class and you assume as Thomas's procedures are in effect, but you might want to have some sort of simple thing of that someone knows, oh, no one's been in my class, or worse, you know, they come back the next day and everything's been moved or because someone had to get something and they're like, but did it get cleaned?
Yeah, that could be a very simple process.
Yeah, and that that document's being created right now. So the teachers will know, they will be up to speed and informed who and when and what goes on in their classrooms.
Does anyone have other questions?
I have
more,
one
guys.
for Thomas.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, Thomas, this extra stuff that you have been doing with the foggers and all this other stuff, is there any of that has come out of deferred maintenance?
So there's one small item that has, like I said, most of the stuff that we've been purchasing is been COVID related, which is separate. That Therese told me has been separate, but there are some repairs that are going on at the middle school, which fall under the deferred maintenance.
Is that the HVAC stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
And the other thing, and that's good, because I think that one of the things that could go on to the back burner is the efficiency of the HVAC system. So that's important, checking the filters and knowing what they are and doing that on a more than scheduled basis to make sure that all that's good. On the checking the CFMs in the you talked about maintenance in the district office.
Yes.
I'm assuming that when we get into the school sites, that's by room, not by school.
Yes, it's actually by room. There's two ways to look at it. You can it goes by square footage or the amount of people in the room. So you can look at it both ways. It's basically 15 CFM per person. So you know, in a typical classroom, you're looking about 300 to 400, and we're well beyond that.
Okay, and that's good. And the screen protectors, I'm not that interested in that anymore. The I get for Misty, how are you going to verify or at least know what student participation levels are in these Zoom classes or whatever programs we're going to be using, so nobody just doesn't go and hit their video off button and go play a video game for a while?
We are going to have clear protocols that we are starting to message that school is in session and your camera is on, and that beyond the attendance piece, teachers can absolutely use exit tickets and typical
raise your hand to go to the bathroom.
Yes. And I have personally been teaching to make sure that I can work with my staff. I've taught 2 groups over the summer in our ESY program, and the kids actually do. raise their hand. Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? Yes, you can. Or can you wait until we're done? So,
And another thing that I'm
it's
sure
really-
you've considered is during these sessions, there has to be time for the teachers, I would think, to say, okay, everybody get up, 2-minute stretch break. So that you don't find somebody there that's just glassy eyed looking at the screen and really not absorbing anything.
Yes, and part of our SEL work, it will include support for teachers around taking brain breaks and different things during Zoom sessions. We've talked about, and I should, maybe this is a good time to even say it. I don't think I said it specifically before. We're not expecting, anticipating, or advocating that every minute of class time in elementary or middle school is synchronous, because we don't want kids sitting and staring and zoning out at a screen. We want interaction. We want talk about something, do something, go do something, come back. We want instructional activities. We want quality program. And so we don't want just sitting and someone talking at a kid on a screen for that amount of time.
So
there
the kid's
will be
not playing
movement.
Attack of the Zombies in the background.
Right. We are talking about how we can monitor screens and different ways to look at that. It is a slippery slope, because when kids are at home and we're monitoring screens, we're monitoring at home, but we're having those conversations around monitoring and engagement.
And some
Certainly
of
are
those
happening.
homes have 2 or 3 kids that'll be doing this in different grade levels at the same
Yeah.
time. So for Therese, how much of the how much of the reserve are we dipping into?
We were already projecting a deficit for this year, and so if we spend this additional funding, it'll be pretty substantial. I don't know on a percentage basis, but it'll be probably close to, if we spend this additional money, it'll be close to over $2 million.
And where
So
does
it's-
that put us in a percentage base level?
My recollection is that our reserves are 7 million-ish,
Okay.
so it's a large percentage of them.
Okay,
It'll put a significant dent.
that's what they're there for.
Yeah.
Is the 2 million above the 900,000 of potential funding?
The 1.5 million is above. We can use a small portion of those funds. The learning loss mitigation is certainly an area that the 370,000 is an area that we could use to hire additional staffing, but the other buckets are designated for other purposes. So there would still be at least well over $1 million of additional spend.
Do you expect to use all the 900,000? I mean, it seems like based on the buckets you outlined, it could cover some of the devices that Tim has had to buy, some of the network upgrades, even if we said it was deferred maintenance. I mean,
Yes. So for example, some of the devices have come out of operation, so it can offset some of our existing expenses. Agreed. And certainly in the area of special education, we have always there is a huge contribution that we make because we don't get enough funding. So certainly some of those funds will free up operating funds so that they're available for other things.
Grace, I also think one thing to check would be what are our cost savings going to be with COVID?
That's what
because I like, for example, on our welcome back for the staff, we always feed everybody breakfast and have a nice a gathering first before the speeches, and we're not going to be doing a breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
And so some things like travel and conferences and other things are not going to happen. So my question would be, how much of that could we apply toward like a distance learning program or something like that?
And when we come in September 14th, I think is the date, is when I would give some idea, because I could look at last year. We're just finalizing last year's numbers, and I could use that as a metric for how I think it'll impact us in the current year. I think we will have savings from last year that'll give us some cushion to enter into this year.
Paul and Therese, can I just touch on one thing? So it's a very difficult number to obtain, but there will be significant energy savings with all the adjustments and things that's going on with the HVAC systems. Just scheduling and just optimizing cool air coming in and not turning on air conditioning over the long term is going to save us, the district, a lot of money. It's almost unobtainable number that we can't figure out unless we broadcast it over 2 or 3 years of the savings, but it's going to be a savings for sure.
Probably water too. All utilities, I think, are going to see some
Absolutely. I mean,
benefit.
just the information I'm getting from Rosemary with Eichler Associates and the time that I've spent with them, just the dampening of the system and knowing when the cooling air could be pulled in instead of turning on the air conditioning. And, you know, when we can pull cool air from areas where it's not being used, you know, it's that type of thing that's going to save the district money in the long run.
Right. So I do think that there are offsets. I totally agree. There are offsets that can be used towards these expenses that'll net against the money that we're spending this year.
Right. I mean, Therese, and that goes back to your point of you'll have sort of a more detailed and more accurate update for us at the beginning of the school year.
Yeah, it'll come when we do the unaudited actuals, which is at the September board meeting in the early part of September.
Stephen, you had a question?
Yeah, I'd like to jump to a technology question. John had mentioned briefly, you know, some of the homes have 2 or 3 kids, and if they're doing distance learning, are there, you know, bandwidth issues that they're gonna face that we might not know of until we start, you know, the kind of learning we're gonna do.
So when we're talking about in the home, we're
in the home, even with the hotspots or whatever, are they gonna be colliding with each other?
Well, I'm in my home and I was having some issues today with technology. It doesn't seem to care whose house it is. So I anticipate some people will run into some troubles. We do offer the hotspots for people to, hopefully that will provide them some additional bandwidth if there's multiple people doing Zoom at the same time in the house. But basically it's the internet is going to be clogged in some places at some times, and we're going to have to deal with that as it comes.
And another question about the hotspots. Are those limited in any way to attachment to the school, or are they just available for anybody to use for whatever?
The hotspots themselves can be joined to by anybody in the household. The students that would be using their Chromebooks from Fisher, for example, those are all filtered, so they basically have the same access that they have at school, but the hotspots are available for multiple people to join on. Again, if you have 4 or 5 people trying to do Zoom through the hotspot is similar to a cell phone as far as bandwidth, so that would overload that hotspot. So really, if there's multiple people in the house doing Zoom at the same time, they would want a good connection in the house and or some additional hotspots.
What are the costs for the hotspot? Is it a data usage basis, or is it flat, or what?
It's unlimited usage, and it's a monthly fee per hotspot. We also have receive a CTF discount, which is through the state, which cuts our costs almost in half. But it is we have an annual subscription at a monthly cost per hotspot.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, I have one more question.
Just on since Tim, you're talking, of the 250 Chromebooks that we sent out, did we get them all back?
Almost all of them. The ones that we were sending out were quite dated. And last year when we were distributing them, we were in crisis mode to a certain extent. So we weren't associating the actual device, or I should say the asset tag, with the family that was receiving it. So, but this year we will be doing that. And I think we'll have a much better return rate. But we got almost all of them back. It was very few that we didn't return.
Courtney.
Okay. So I have a question, I guess, for maybe Therese and Paul, regarding a funding model for the distance learning component, the separate one, not the one that we're starting August 15th or 13th. So I'm curious whether we could fundraise for this. So not the district per se, but LGF or home and school clubs in partnership in order to help defray some of the costs. As a, like there's lots of people talking about, options on Facebook. I've seen people say like, I'd be happy to contribute money to this program. I am not suggesting that we ask people to pay for it. That is not my point, but it's more like if stakeholders or families in the district want to contribute to that, to some kind of fund for that, I think that that would be an interesting option. Or we could even do a more of a campaign where it's like, hey, help pay for this option for students in the school who are medically fragile, who can't come back to campus. I don't know, just an idea that I thought I would put out there.
I think it's something that we could definitely bring up. I like that idea about the medically fragile for those kids, because when you think about it, it's not anything of their doing. I'm sure they would love to have in-person school, but it's definitely something we could explore.
Any other questions? All right, I've got a question for Therese on meal delivery. So if the kids are online and it's not necessarily, they don't have a big window to get out, based on Misty's schedule between morning and afternoon activities, to go drive over and get meals. Have we thought about alternative delivery, or maybe mornings or something to, not delivery, but availability for pickup?
Yeah, we're looking at doing 2 pickups a day, 2 distributions a day, one in the morning and one around lunchtime. And the difference is for the fall, we have to track the kids with a barcode. So everybody is going to be given out a barcode at the beginning of the school year, and anybody that wants to come through the line has to track and either be eligible for a free and reduced meal or pay for the meal. Okay. The Seamless Summer program that we've been operating since March is no longer available.
And Tim, did the 6th grade parents still do a Chromebook buy?
Yes, that was initiated in the springtime. Emails were sent out, and I think there was something 250 or 275 parents have purchased Chromebooks for Fisher in 6th grade.
So, I mean, that sounds much lower than the normal, like 90% participation rate?
It is a little bit lower. We've just sent out some additional emails regarding that and hoping to increase that. It is a little bit lower than previous years.
Okay. Yeah, I think if no one else has any other questions, I'm done with mine. The one question as we look forward towards scheduling our sort of the sort of unplanned meetings or future meetings, because our regular board meetings right now are all scheduled at a 6:30 time slot. Does 6:30 work? Does the 4 o'clock? What sort of the best time for everyone to pencil in for these, I'll call them ad hoc meetings?
I'm flexible.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I'm flexible too, but it would be good to know what the unplanned meeting's duration would be, at least a good guess, so that we could plan our dinner hour when we're going to be fixing something, 6:30 gives more time to do it in the beginning, in front, without even thinking about it. But if it's only going to go till 6:30, then that's fine to do it after.
Well, I guess the other question is, what do we think? I mean, I honestly don't know how many people are watching or trying to watch,
22.
you know, in the community, right? So the question is, what's easier for them, 4 versus 6:30? I don't have a good feel. I mean, yeah.
I think we haven't had a problem with people viewing in the past with the time.
Yeah.
But can I propose a date here? And so we have the first day of school is the 13th, and that's a board meeting day. Okay. And then could we at least schedule August 27th, which would be 2 weeks later, and at least get that as a definitive on the schedule. And then for the end of August, the other in between Thursdays, if you wouldn't mind just kind of like holding those in case we needed to call a special meeting, but at least get that definitively on the calendar for the 27th. I don't know if that would be okay.
Yeah, it's fine with
We
me.
just need to consider the timing on the 27th because that is back to school night at the middle school.
Which will mean what? It's a virtual
Well,
back to school night?
It would just mean, I don't know if any of you, I mean, there will be some virtual back to school night, but I don't know that we want to be running a board meeting concurrently with parents trying to access a virtual back to school night. So we would
Yeah.
just need to be conscientious of the timing.
So would we want to bump to Wednesday or even Tuesday that week instead?
Yeah, like the 26th Wednesday. Misty, I'm glad you pointed that out.
Yeah. Yeah.
How are we going to do a virtual back to school night?
We're working out all those details, John. We talked about it today for about 45 minutes.
Principals are working on it.
Sort of like you log into one, then we go to closed session as a different Zoom and have presumably sort of a
Yeah, I
whole
was going to
list
say
of
there's
Zooms. And
plenty of ways to do it. Yep.
I promise you it can be done.
Teacher sends a Zoom link to the families in their class and off they go.
But we don't
my own
want
preference is the 4 o'clock time frame.
What's that?
My own preference for time is I think the 4 o'clock, especially if we have something that
I think that's safe.
gets a lot
yeah.
of comment. It gives us an earlier end as opposed to a 2-hour meeting is still then only done at 6, to sort of John's point. Otherwise, if it's a 3 or 4 hour meeting, we're going till 10:30, which gets tough.
Yeah.
I think the concern about the 4 o'clock timeline for us was when we were talking about it is on Thursdays, those are our CIA dates, and our teachers in our CIA are in CIA work until 5:30. Many of those times 3:30 to 5:30, I think is that time frame, or 3 to 5. So we were thinking maybe 5, and if necessary, if there was one that had to happen on a CIA night, that we'd have to cut that short or figure out a way to do that. But 4 o'clock would be like just after they got started.
Well, somebody said move it to Wednesday.
Well, just on that week of the
On that 1 week.
on that 1 week, yeah.
Yeah, make it the 26th then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Yeah,
for
flexible.
August,
I think the concern about running late shouldn't be too much of an issue, right? I mean, these are special meetings and likely to be limited to a single topic. The famous last words, it's hard to imagine going 4 hours, but you never know. I guess we're already 2.5 and running for today.
Yeah. Well, I guess we can pencil in Thursdays that then would be maybe 6 o'clock if we need to. And, to the extent for the placeholders on our calendars then.
Except for the 26th.
And the 26th will be at 4 o'clock.
4
Got it.
o'clock. And then the 13th, our regular board meeting. Michelle, what is that listed for?
6:30.
6:30. It also says district office.
Well, does it still say on the internet? I'll fix that. I thought I changed them all.
All right, that sounds good. At least that would put us through the end of August there. And then for September, we could work on those dates. And I would suggest at least establishing a second solid date and then reserving the Thursdays.
Sure.
Just so that you're clear, the board meeting that's set in September is early in the month. So we will have mid-August, late August, mid-September. The only one that we'd have to schedule ahead is late September.
Could we do September 24th? That would be 2 weeks, at least a definitively scheduled date, 2 weeks after the 10th, which is the meeting.
Yeah.
Board meeting.
That would get us have at least 2 months worth. And then we
Yeah.
reserve those Thursdays.
Yeah. So we're targeting 6 p.m. for the reserve meetings as well, or 4 p.m.
6 on Thursday.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to ask the one that got bumped to Wednesday the 26th, 6 p.m. as well.
That's
Was
4.
the-
4.
Arcia, with those dates, do those conflict with the CIA that we just put out there?
Let me look. Say it again. September
24th.
September
6 or 4.
Yes, 24th is a CIA date.
Right.
But we're saying 6 p.m. start, so that's clear.
Yeah, that's cleaner.
It's better.
Yeah.
Okay, 6 till 10.
Yeah.
Hey, I know that, Peter, I know you spoke with Heidi, well, what's her name? Owens. And I did also.
Is
We
this
can't
an
talk
agenda
about that?
topic?
No. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll talk offline about it.
If we don't have anything else, then I think we would adjourn to closed session.
Can someone send around a summary of all those dates and times that we just decided on?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Michelle, you got all those?
And just real quick, is there, Dan, I'll put this burden on you. Is there a quick headline snapshot summary of our discussion? Is direction to staff, stay the course, keep doing what you're doing? Or is there any like 2-3 bullet point of board direction looks like this?
I think it's, board direction is sort of, and everyone can correct me, somewhat stay the course. Please push out as much positive communication to the community as possible, particularly around, the decision matrices, some of the timeframes, for when restarting that, classes may be reassigned. But I think as much as the district can clarify some of those decision points of what would need to be done from the end of the watch list to a reopening date, I think would be good to clarify for us. That was sort of a lot of our questions of what would need to happen in that time frame.
Well, that's
And,
somewhat where my comment was going, Dan, is the town council. Are we communicating what we talked about here to the town council so they understand what our plans are?
Not specifically. That's a good question or a good thing for our board liaisons to the town council, which would be me and Stephen. We can follow up and connect with them just to make sure.
Mike Grove and I are presenting to Rotary this next Tuesday about reopening plans. So
That's
will
good.
be a good opportunity too.
Might want to let people know, and they could see whether the Rotary wants to have the school district promote that and publish the link.
Well, the slide deck that we showed today, that's public knowledge now, right? That's available for the public? And that's
As
what we
is
should
this
be
recorded meeting.
supporting. That's what we should be supporting. Make sure that the board is in agreement and supports that plan.
Yeah.
Well, it sounded like we reached another consensus though, which was to ask the district to the extent possible to consider having the virtual distance learning for the medically fragile group like ready as early as possible so that we aren't doing lots of switcheroos, right?
Yeah, if possible, to try to minimize that changeover and see what can be planned. As Trey said, it's more art than science, but
It's difficult. Yeah.
the more that can minimize disruption later is better. And, we will, I'm sure, get more updates on this no matter what from Paul. And if they feel that we need to have a meeting, next week or before the school opening, we will,
Michelle, can you read off the dates? Just so we make sure we got those right.
What I have, all we've added in addition to the regular calendar is August 26th at 4 p.m., September 24th at 6 p.m., and then just placeholders every second Thursday at 6 p.m. Is that right?
Every Thursday.
Every Thursday. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And that'll be a 24-hour notice on those,
Every
right?
Thursday.
At least, yeah.
You'll let us know ahead more if possible.
Is there, guys, sorry, is there any chance we could do the August 26th one at 5:30 and not 4?
Yeah.
If not, it's okay.
Works for me, yeah.
At 5:30 or just make it 6?
5:30 is okay, but
Going once, going twice.
I'm agnostic.
5:30.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, that's 5:30 to 9:30. Just kidding. Okay.
Well, we appreciate you listening to the presentation, and we know that it was all department fronts. And so thank you, trustees. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and also I'd like to express a lot of appreciation to Misty Garcia, Therese, Sarah, everybody, Thomas, sorry, I'm missing names here. Tim,
Bill,
who else? Michelle.
Bill.
Oh, yeah. No, but I mean, everybody, I mean,
off random names.
Two things. Number one, I know you all have put a ton of work into this and we really appreciate it. Number two, as one of the board members who was kind of, poking and prodding and pressure testing things, I appreciate you putting up with that as well, right? I mean, we're all definitely very aligned and on the same page and looking to come up with good solutions. I don't want you guys to take any of my queries the wrong way, right? This is all about making sure we just do everything right as best we can.
Yeah. The Three Musketeers, all for one, one for all. They all did a great job.
All right, let's retire to closed session.
And I sent out a Google link. It should be in your calendar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can we,
Paul,
take a tiny bio break?
10-minute bio break?
10 minutes would be great.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's just call it 6:45.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, guys.
All right, bye.
And just for clarity, are we leaving this? Or
It's a separate link,
Okay.
right?
yes?
Separate link.
Does there need to be a report back? out?
I'm sure at the end I will
At the very
come
end.
back and report. Hello. We good to go for reporting out?
Yes.
All right. Tell me when we're live.
Okay, I think we're good to go, Dan.
Should I wait for it to come up?
It's up. Everything's going.
Oh, they can see me?
They can.
Okay.
All three people.
Just reporting out from the closed session that no action was taken. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.